இது வரைக்கும் புரிஞ்சா? இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணோம்னா ஏபி கால்குலேட் பண்ணா இந்த ஈக்குவேஷன் தான் எடுத்துக்கணும். ஓகே, இந்த ஈக்குவேஷன் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா
এখানে ঢুকছেন কেন? এখানে বেরোন। ঠিকানা করে ও
Good morning, everyone. When will the speaker join?
Good morning. Shubhanaraka madam, our
Yeah.
speaker will join within 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
Within 5
Okay.
minutes,
The
join.
participants are requested to wait for 5 minutes till our honorable speaker joins. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining. Please, mute yourself. Our speaker will join in 5 minutes. Please wait. And please put yourselves on mute for now.
Context photography we said
We will begin shortly. Please wait till our honorable speaker joins.
இல்ல சார் முன்னெல்லாம் வந்து அந்த மழை அதிகமா பெஞ்சு சுத்தி தண்ணி நின்னா தானே சார் உள்ள வரும்.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
Shubhanurekha, ma'am, our
Yes.
will join.
We can begin now. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 4th day of this 5-day FDP program organized by Greater Kolkata College of Engineering and Management. Thank you to the organizers, IQAC cell and R&D cell. Today we have Dr. Sunipa Roy. She will be talking about analyzing and using assessment data to improve course curriculum and program effectiveness. Let me introduce her to the participants. Dr. Sunipa Roy received her PhD degree from Jadavpur University, Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering Department in 2014. She is presently serving as Associate Professor and Head of the Department in Electronics and Communication Engineering at Guru Nanak Institute of Technology. She is a recipient of National Scholarship from Government of India, Junior Research Fellowship from DST, Government of India, and Senior Research Fellowship from CSIR, Government of India. Her current research interest includes nano device, graphene, and supercapacitor and gas sensors. She has more than 40 publications in high impact factor journal and CPD credited conference publications. She is the author of 3 books of international publishers like CRC Press, Bentham Science, and owns several book chapters of internationally reputed publishers. Dr. Roy is the senior member of IEEE Women's in Engineering, special member of I2OR India, corporate member of IE India, and published several patents. She is also the regular reviewer of IEEE transactions on nanotechnology and many journals of repute. She has been invited as an invited speaker in several national and international programs and chaired the session of many sponsored international conferences. Dr. Roy is a principal investigator of several funded projects and supervising many doctoral theses at this moment. We're very welcome. And ma'am, you can begin now. Over to you. Participants are requested to keep themselves on mute. Ma'am, you can begin now. You can begin your session. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone.
Ma'am.
Okay, I'm just taking 10 minutes. Okay.
தெரியல உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் மகேந்திரா ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ் எல்லாத்தையும் டெலிட் பண்ணிட்டீங்களோ?
हाँ एक चालू है था मैं Participants are requested wait 5 minutes. Speaker will start within 5 minutes. Participants are requested wait 5 minutes. Madam will start. Already start.
Is it visible?
Yes,
Hello?
ma'am, it's visible. Yes, ma'am, it's
Yes, ma'am.
visible.
Visible,
Okay.
ma'am.
Hello.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah. Sorry for making you wait for some time. So my topic today is analyzing and using assessment data to improve course curriculum and program effectiveness. First of all, I convey my sincere thanks to Principal GKCEM for providing me this opportunity to deliver before you, and also the entire organizing committee of GKCEM for arranging such a wonderful session. So today I am starting with this topic. So this is basically related to the post accreditation initiative. So I am starting with the some preliminary data that we have to prepare for NAAC accreditation. And with that, we gradually move to our next course of action. So, you know, benefits of accreditation basically helps us to know our strength, weakness, opportunities, and challenges, because self-criticism is the best way to develop ourselves in everywhere, not only for this accreditation, in our lives also. Self-criticism is the best way to uplift ourselves. So in that sense, this SWOC is very, very important. We have to prepare the SWOC and we have to analyze the SWOC for re-accreditation also. I will show you the strategic plan, how to prepare the strategic plan for last 5 years, and for next 5 years, we have to move according to the strategic plan we are developing. Now, to identify the internal areas of planning and resource allocation. So if you have some pressure from outside world, you will automatically work. This is the reason why this type of accreditation is very much essential. Outcome provides the funding agencies objective data for performance funding. You mean the faculties are very much efficient, and they are applying for different funds from self-financed colleges also, and now the government are also offering many opportunities for the faculties of self-financed colleges. Even in international collaboration also, they are encouraging us to apply for the fund, and the fund amount is not less. This is at the order of crores or millions. This gives institutes a new sense of direction and identity, and branding is also a good factor nowadays. So provide society with reliable information and quality education offered. So if a college NAC A++ or NAC A+ accredited, then the societal, from the societal viewpoint, it gets a different measure. Employers have access to information on the quality of education offered to potential recruited. And also promotes intra and inter-institutional interaction. This is very much essential. Outreach is very much essential nowadays, and also NAC, it is very, very, very important for NAC accreditation, also the outreach activity. Not only NAC, it is essential for NBA also, and many other accreditation process, because collaborative work is actually develops the cognitive level of the faculty or researchers. That's why this outreach is very, very important. So the focus area of assessment and accreditation is quality initiative, quality sustenance, and quality enhancement. All are the part of obviously quality assurance cell. And NAC believes that an institution that really understands itself, its strength, weakness, opportunity, and challenges is likely to be effective in carrying out its educational mission and vision. So these are the objective of any assessment process. So for NAC, we have to prepare the self-study report, and for NBA, we have to prepare the self-assessment report, SAR, and self-study report, SSR for NAC. And it is a big task to prepare the SSR. Mainly IQAC cell do this task, and it involves the participation of entire stakeholders, including management, faculty, administrative staff, student, parent, employer, and many all. So internal and external stakeholders both are important. So overall, it is expected to serve as a catalyst for institutional improvement and promoting innovation and strengthening the urge to excel to a better extent. So stages of accreditation, actually online submission of letter of intent. And after that, we have to submit the IIQA, that is the preliminary, one type of pre-qualifier for our NAC accreditation. And many review, many comment we are getting after submitting the IIQA. And after that, we have to fulfill those reviewers' comment, and we have to submit the report. And if the team satisfied, then the IIQA is approved. After 45 days, or rather within 45 days, we have to submit the self-study report. And this 45 days is very crucial. Whatever data you're preparing, whatever data you are managing, on the basis of that, your entire NAC process will be getting evaluated. So then peer assessment and final outcome. Peer assessment means peer team will visit and will evaluate, and then we are getting the score, whatever we are eligible for. So reaccreditation is nothing but there are many cycles are going on in many of the institutions across the India. So reaccreditation cycle 1, cycle 2, cycle 3. So this reaccreditation phase is much more important because the college that already have got, say, NAC A. So for reaccreditation, they have to work hard because NAC A plus, the next target would be NAC A plus. So they have to work hard. I mean, from A to A plus jump is not so easy. So the team has to work for the entire 5 years duration, and then with a zeal to have the A plus, and the IQAC cell is playing the very crucial role for this reaccreditation, because all the parameters or they have to maintain, they have to check whether the institution is going at par, all the events are going on, all the developments are going on. So this is a very lengthy process, and during these 5 years, IQAC cell have to observe keenly on the activity or development process of the institute. On the basis of that, they have to apply for reaccreditation. And this is a functional internal quality assurance cell, and timely submission of annual quality assurance report is very, very crucial. And on the basis of that AQAR, annual quality assurance report, actually the NAC will evaluate. Even in future, maybe the situation will be like that. On the basis of this AQAR report, the NAC gradation will be there. We don't have to submit the SSR separately. This will be cumulative 5 years data, and they will fetch out the data, and on the basis of the AQAR, they will grade the institute. So AQAR submission is very, very crucial. Next, fee for assessment. Everybody, you know, still I am showing this. So the first installment is IIQA. IIQA is roughly amount is 25,000 and 18% GST. On basis of that, this amount is coming. And SSR 1, we have to submit 1,50,000 first. This is called SSR 1, that is first phase of installment of SSR submission. And adding with 18% GST, it is getting 1,77,000. Then after that, DVV report we are getting, data verification and validation report. That is nothing but the one type of reviewer's comment we are getting after the submission of SSR. And if this DVV report, we can attend this very carefully and judiciously, then next phase of NAC accreditation would be easier. And for that, when we are getting DVV report, we have to submit another 1,50,000 rupees with 18% GST. And after it is passed, then we have to submit the logistics for the peer team visit. And this is again 1,50,000 include plus 18% GST. This is the overall fees for assessment process. Then the criteria, you know, these are the criteria: curricular aspect, teaching, learning, and evaluation, then research, then infrastructure, then student support, then governance and leadership, then innovative practices. IQAC cell should distribute these 7 criteria to 7 coordinators, and each criteria should have a good workaholic faculty in the team, so that all the criteria preparation can be done smoothly. And this is the way how to work for the NAC accreditation. IQAC cell, as the IQAC cell is the heart and soul of an institute, so it has a very crucial role to play for, and it should have the strategies like that. IQAC cell evolves mechanisms and procedure for ensuring timely, efficient, and progressive performance of the academic, administrative, and financial staff. Then the relevance and quality of academic and research programs, all are going on smoothly or not, all the seed money grant, all the consultancy, etc., all the external fund, private fund, all are very crucial.
Madam, your speaker is mute, ma'am.
Just a moment, I have
Oh,
an
okay. Okay.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, everyone. So the optimization and integration of modern methods for teaching and learning. So you have to go for the modern teaching tools. We have to implement it, and the credibility of evaluation procedures, ensuring the adequacy, maintenance, and functioning of the support structure and services, research sharing and networking with other institutions in India and abroad. Again, outreach. Outreach is playing very crucial role. So these are the strategy IQAC should adopt for re-accreditation or fresh accreditation. Then this is the function of the IQAC cell, that is development and application of quality benchmark. So IQAC cell should have many, from profound academician and profound expert from outside world, and the input to be taken from them for the betterment of the institute, and facilitating the creation of learner-centric environment conducive to quality education and faculty maturation. So learner-centric means student-centric. Student-centric teaching learning process is always suggested, and the function of the quality assurance cell is to check each and every corner of the institute what is whether the process is following everybody or not. Arrangement for feedback response from student, parent, other stakeholders. This feedback is very, very crucial. And not only that, after the end of the semester, we should collect feedback and do the analysis. this is not suggested, because when a teacher teaches a course, then after every module, he or she should collect feedback from the student. After every module, say in a course, there are 5 modules. So after completion of module 1, teachers should collect the feedback from the student. After completion of module 2, teachers should collect the feedback from the students. In this way, for every 5th module, he or she, teachers should collect the feedback. And after that, after course completion or one subject completion, teachers should collect the feedback, overall subject feedback from the student also. Because students also are having some perspective, they are also having some knowledge, because they are also interacting with the outside world. They are interacting with their peers of other institutions, and they know that other institution, what type of teaching learning process they are following, and what type of he or she is following in the subject institute. So feedback from student for this reason is very, very important. Not that a teacher may be a doctorate faculty, he or she may be good cognitive level, maybe very, very high. But in that sense, teacher should know what is the good for the student, what is the bad for the student. But from that perspective, that students are also interacting with the outside world. So we should get the feedback from the student after completion of every module, after completion of the course, entire subject. So with that, this is the subject related or curriculum related feedback. And we also have to collect the feedback from the employer, from the alumni. And also after the completion of the semester, we should collect the feedback that is called end semester feedback from the students. And also we should collect the feedback from the students, those who are leaving the college, that is called exit feedback. So there are so many type of feedback from student point of view. Other than that, there are stakeholders feedback, I mean parents, faculty, alumni, employer, industry, for particularly vision, mission set, and for the infrastructural facility. For that, we have to collect those feedbacks also. But for curriculum, particularly faculty, students, and the alumni and the employer is very, very important, because on the basis of their feedback, we have to revise the curriculum. So this arrangement of feedback, this is multiple phases of feedback are involved in this process. So arrangement of this feedback response is very, very crucial. And the IQAC cell has to observe the whether the processes are going on smoothly or not. So dissemination of information on various quality parameters of higher education. So IQAC cell should have a manual and disseminating all the quality parameters, and this manual should be checked by the IQAC team, and whether this is going on smoothly or not. Now, organization of inter and intra-institutional workshop, seminar, quality related themes, all are for student and faculty development, because much more interaction, much more workshop, much more seminar will obviously develop their cognitive level. Documentation of the various programs of the activities leading to quality improvement. Not only performing the event or program will serve the purpose, we have to document it also, because report generation is very, very important, and this is also an art. Report generation is also an art. We have to put the attendance, we have to put the speaker name, we have to put the gist of the event, and also we have to put the geotag photograph. Geotag photograph, without this geotag photograph, this does not justify that event occurred on that very date. And this geotag photograph we have to put in the report also. So this is the way how we prepare the report. And acting as a nodal agency of the institution, I mean, IQAC cell itself is a separate body, and it will act as a nodal agent in the institution. And they have to implement the best practices also. So development and maintenance of institutional database through MIS. This is also a very, very crucial task, because so many departments, so many events, activities, policies are going on, are revising, reframing are going on. So this management information system, this software should be there, and all should be maintained in that system. Development of quality culture in the institution. So development of quality culture in the institution, humans, IQAC cell, the main objective of this cell, and the preparation of AQAR is also the duty of this IQAC cell. So ensure internalization of quality culture, and ensure enhancement and coordination among various activities of the institution, and build an organized methodology of documentation and internal communication. So IQAC should forward the proper template, how to prepare those documents. Proper format should be given to each and every corner of the institute, so for the smooth running of the institute. Criteria, this is revised accreditation framework. This is actually based on NEP 2020. NAC has revised the accreditation framework. Earlier, it was in some different form. So first one is the curriculum development, curriculum, pedagogy assessment, and student support. This is the criteria one. Please mute. Audience, please mute whoever is on. Please mute yourself.
Hi, ignore the institute, তুমি departmental.
Then teaching, learning, and evaluation, research and innovation criteria 3, infrastructure and learning resources 4, student support progression 5, governance and leadership management is 6, and institutional values and best practices 7. These all are the criteria, and you know the NAC peer team visit score actually 30% of the entire score, and the online evaluation score is 70%. So there are basically two criteria, quantitative matrices, not criteria, two matrices. One is quantitative and another one is qualitative. So this quantitative matrices actually mapped with this 70% score, because whatever data you are putting in the portal, that will be evaluated by the system, and 70% score you will get. I mean, out of 70%, it depends on the data. The institute, out of 70%, how much they are getting, but maximum is 70%. And the qualitative peer team visit will give another 30% score. So this is the total 100 marks. So new element of third-party data validation is also very, very important. Now, more participation of alumni students in the overall NAC assessment process. This is suggested for re-accreditation, or after, as the title of this topic is the assessment data, I mean post-accreditation, post-assessment analysis to improve the institutional perspective. So more participation of alumni and students in overall NAC assessment process will obviously increase the next phase of accreditation grade. So NAC committee demands documents and compliance for the past 5 years. So this is very, very important to maintain all the the repository for all the last 5 years data. And if you do it day-wise, then it will not be a big task for the NAC team. NAC team means institutional NAC committee. So day-to-day data managing is very, very important for this NAC visit, as this is a 5 years 5 years data we have to prepare. So this is a huge task. So day-to-day management is very, very important. So each and every faculty staff of the institute, if maintain the day-to-day data, then it will be easier to go for the next NAC accreditation process. So as per the new education policy, the grade given to colleges would majorly depend on the uniqueness of the teaching learning processes. So the teaching learning processes, you know, carry the maximum marks, because as per the NEP 2020, teaching learning processes are the major issue. They give emphasis on this, particularly on this criteria. That is criteria 2. And these are the key indicators and weightages. I hope this is, you can see the page. So this is the key indicator, that is curricular aspect. Curricular aspect is divided in curriculum design and development. For autonomous colleges, it carries 50 marks. Curricular planning and implementation, it is not applicable for university and autonomous colleges. And next is academic flexibility. For autonomous, it is 40 marks. Curriculum enrichment for autonomous colleges, it is 40 marks. Feedback system for autonomous colleges, it is 20 marks. So as a whole, it is 150 for autonomous colleges, and for university also. Actually, the total marks are same for all the category, whether it is universities, whether it is autonomous, or whether it is affiliated or constituent colleges. But the total marks is same for universities and autonomous colleges. And for affiliated colleges, the marks are a little bit different. So for teaching, learning and evaluation, you see student enrollment profile. For autonomous, it is 20. Catering to student diversity, for autonomous, it is 30. And whether university, for it is 20. And process itself carry maximum marks for autonomous colleges. See, this is 50, and for university, it is 20, because autonomous colleges are given a maximum mark because they have the freedom to conduct their teaching learning process at their own. So teaching profile and quality, this is very much important, and given the emphasis everywhere. 50-50, and constituent colleges 60. Evaluation process and reforms, particularly for exam cell related. For autonomous colleges, it is 50, because autonomous college has their own exam cell.
Madam, just 1 minute interrupt. The participants are requested to that the key indicated page is not visible actually.
Now it is visible.
Okay. Yes, sir. Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So for criteria 2, this is for autonomous colleges, it is maximum marks 300. And for universities 200, and other constituent colleges, it is again 350. So these are the point institute has to score. You know, re-accreditation process, or based on the previous assessment or evaluation, and an institute is having the score with it. And now for the better performance of the institute, they have to score better, obviously. So in that sense, institute should go, or IQAC cell should go for each and every point where they can score better. As a whole, 300 looks bigger, but student enrollment and profile, if somewhere, if it is in previous years, say it is 2000, now it is 2500 or 2300, obviously institute will get better score. So catering to student diversity, student diversity, again, Student diversity means from abroad or some international student, even from student male-female ratio, girls, boys ratio, all are involved with the student diversity. And teaching learning processes is previous evaluation. Say you have gone through cycle 2 evaluation, now you are applying for cycle 3. So cycle 2 evaluation, whatever data or whatever record you have shown in your last SSR, you have to add some more features for the next accreditation, mind it. And teaching learning process means you have to implement some new methodology, some new process, some new policy, so that you can score better in a better way. So in that sense, IQAC cell has to frame some new method, some new policy, etc. And teacher profile and quality. Teacher profile and quality in that sense, say you have 200 teachers in your institute or 100 teachers in your institute. And in last accreditation, say there were 50 teachers, doctorate teachers. And now your target, the management target would be for next accreditation, the teacher should be from 50 to 80 should be PhD qualified. So in that sense, if some perspective of, if some vision is having the IQAC or the institute, then it is very easy to go for the better score in the next cycle. So all the IQAC coordinator or IQAC team member or the institute is suggested to go for each and every individual point, not as a whole. 300, okay, 300, I mean, teaching learning evaluation, 300 point. If you don't go through each and every individual point, it is not easy to get better score for next accreditation. So student performance and learning outcomes. Student performance means actually the result should be better. If it is not so, learning outcome increased means, I mean, students are going to involve with much more internship activities. Students are going to involve with much more industry visit, or much more MOOCs courses going to involve. This will also the part of learning outcome. And if the number of student number is increased from the last visit accreditation, the last cycle, then automatically this 2.6 will earn better score. So student satisfaction survey, how to work with that, you know. Student satisfaction survey you are getting for, say, for this cycle, and IQAC cell should analyze where the students are giving low marks or where the institutes are getting low points. So for next accreditation, if the institute give emphasis on those points, particularly emphasizing those for better marks, then obviously the student satisfaction survey, the institute would score better. So it is 50 marks. This is a huge number of marks are involved in student satisfaction survey. So by going through each and every individual point, institute can score better. So research innovation and extension. Research innovation and extension is very, very crucial point for any institute. So promotion of research and facilities, I mean seed grant, etc., that can be awarded to faculty members, funded project, government funded project. So this is actually the 20 points are allocated for this particular criteria or particular parameter. So this should be increased, and it depends on the cognitive level, the dedication, the quality of the faculty, obviously. The next point, 3.2, research mobilization. Research mobilization for research. I mean, some say in this cycle, you have so many funds, but you don't have the outside collaboration. I mean, some faculty may be PI working in the subject institute. But if the faculties are also the co-PI in some other institute in any funding body, then this will carry good marks. So it should be given the emphasis on that. And innovation ecosystem, you know, the entrepreneurship startup are the very promising nowadays. So students, we have to prepare the mindset of the students so that student can build their own startup, can go their own startup. There are many IITs are stretching their hand for the collaboration for incubation support. And if the institute take the initiative for this type of collaboration and allocate some fund for pre-incubation center or incubation center, then also in this point also they can get a good score than previous cycle. Research publication and award. Research publication and award means there are I mean, this is third-party data, you know, from InfluentNet, the NAC is collecting the data. So research publication and award, it is 30 points allocated for autonomous colleges and universities at 100 points. So as this is third-party data, so teachers are given enough time to continue their research in the institute itself. So there should be a policy, say half day, we can give half working day for a teacher to continue research and sitting inside the college itself. And seed grant, obviously their management, most of the colleges are providing seed grant to the teachers. This is very, very appreciable. And so in this way we can earn the good score. Consultancy is also very, very important. But for consultancy, I'd like to suggest that if the consultancy is from any government body, it matters most. So collaboration with private company and getting consultancy, it is obviously not discouraged. The effort is not discouraged. But if the collaboration with some government agency for this consultancy project, then it will get much more weightage. And extension activities, there are so many extension activities institutes are doing. So if you increase it much more, then particularly for rural area, which rural area development is very, very important. And if you can show this type of extension activities for particularly rural area development, you will earn much score. And for that, each and every extension activity, the certificate or letter from the third party, we have to produce to the NAC team or while submission of this SSR. Next, collaboration with foreign university, collaboration with national university, reputed. If it is increased, it will earn good score institute. So next is, so total is 150 for autonomous and 250 for universities for this criteria 3. Then is infrastructure and learning resources. This is 100. So if we divide it, I mean, how they have NAC divided the 100 marks, you see the physical facilities is 30. This is the maximum marks. And also IT infrastructure is 30 because learning with some documentary or visionary, I mean video or documentary, it will I mean make student more engaging and more enthusiastic. So we should give emphasis on the IT infrastructure of the institute and physical facilities also. Library is a good learning resource, and open book system should be there in a library. And if it is not, if we make it open book system, so it will increase the marks in next cycle. And maintenance of campus infrastructure. It depends on the area also. So next is student support and progression. The total marks 100. student support 30, student progression 30, student participation and activities 30, alumni engagement 10. Alumni engagement is very, very crucial because we can engage alumni through as an industry mentor, industry adjunct faculty. This type of post should be created in an institute. And not only the post creation, there should be letter to be given to the alumni. The document should be there in the IQAC cell and in the department itself, that this alumni is acting as an industry mentor or industry adjunct faculty, whatever. So alumni engagement should be there, and also some report also, geotech photograph, that if alumni is taking the class or taking the seminar or taking the workshop, geotech photograph is also very, very essential. Student participation and activities. In the student participation activities, state level, region, there are four category actually, four level actually, regional level, state level, national level, international level. So if an institute are working with the regional level, then the next target for next 5 years, the target would be state level. For if the institute are running with state level for student progression, the next target would be national level or international level. So in this way, if we increase our vision, then and to achieve this vision, if we apply our mission, then the score, I mean, better score is very easy to get. Next, student progression. Student progression in the same way, participation in different body and different student progression means if different some aptitude type of, and result analysis is also a part of students' progression. So this is the thing, these are the things we have to maintain through the 5 years and before applying the re-accreditation or fresh accreditation. Previous enacting data is very, very important. The lacuna that an institute received from the previous cycle accreditation, the IQAC cell should particularly work on that, should give emphasis on that first, then other things gradually. Governance, leadership, management. This is 100 marks, and this is divided in this way, that is institutional vision and leadership. So institutional vision, just writing the institutional vision could not serve the purpose. We have to take the feedback, how we have framed our vision. For this, we have to collect the feedback from all our stakeholders, and these feedback collection reports should be properly documented, because we have to produce to the NAC team or in the portal. We have to upload the portal. So in this way, for the better score in the next cycle. So strategy development and deployment. Strategy development, I will show you the strategic plan, how to prepare it. Faculty empowerment strategy. Faculty empowerment strategy, the management should have the policy, that is faculty empowerment policy, and teachers training policy. Teachers training is the part of the faculty empowerment. So teachers training is very, very important. For consultancy, institute should give teachers training. For any type of private fund gathering, institute should give the teachers training. And particularly for the development of the holistic development of the institute, teachers should be given the proper training. This is comes under the faculty empowerment strategy. And also some conference, workshop, seminar participation and their financial support is also the part of faculty empowerment strategy. So whatever be done up to this period, the next course of action would be like some new policy, some new empowerment strategy we have to implement. In this way, we can score better. So strategy development and deployment, I will show you later. And now the internal quality assurance system. This is the part of IQAC cell. So IQAC cell should meet at least thrice in a year, and the documents should be there in the IQAC cell. The minutes of the meeting should be properly documented with the action taken report. Absence of action taken report would not serve the purpose in a better way. So IQAC cell has to maintain all the document properly. Now institutional value based practices, it is also 100 marks, and institutional values and social responsibility, that is NSS, NCC activities are everywhere. It is there in every institute across the globe. And best practices, particularly 2 best practices we should have, and we have to document it properly. What are the best practices of the institute? And institutional distinctiveness. Distinctiveness, how it differs. Distinctiveness means how it differs from the other institute. So this is very crucial point, institutional distinctiveness. Institutes have to work hard to make unique, or what is the USP of your institute particularly. So this USP is you have to build, you have to generate. So this USP can serve to score better for this 7.3 parameter institutional distinctiveness. So as a whole, the total is 1000 marks. And some non-applicable matrices are also there in the SSR, sorry. So now, next is, this is the common framework where NAC, NBA, NIRF, these are the 3 giant accreditation process or ranking process. So if we have the clear-cut summary, the common area of NAC, NBA, and NIRF, then the working will be easier. So in the sense of academics, the common framework, if we consider the academics, then NAC criteria, particularly curricular aspects and teaching, learning, and evaluation. These are the 2 criteria related to academics in NAC. And in that, teaching, learning, and evaluation, this 200 is common with the NBA and NIRF. In NBA also, see vision, mission, and program educational objective, then the program curriculum and teaching learning processes and course outcomes and program outcomes. And for NIRF, teaching, learning, and resources, the mark is 210. So this is the common criteria. If a team is working with this academics, then they can prepare or the report or the document the process for NAC, NBA, and NIRF for entire 3 giant ranking framework. Now facilities. Facilities, NAC has 100, NBA has 80, and NIRF is having 120. So facilities, once it is documented properly, it will serve for 3 accreditation or ranking process. Then the faculty contribution. Faculty contribution in NAC, it is 250, and for NBA it is 200, and for NIRF it is 300. Similarly, student support. Student support, 1 document can be submitted to NAC, to NBA, to NIRF. So the team has to work very judiciously, and maybe their format is different, but the basic document, the basic concept is same. So in this way, there are 6 common framework, including continuous improvement and initiative. This is continuous improvement for NBA. We are very much familiar with the term continuous improvement. And perception for NIRF. Perception is actually mapped with the continuous improvement of NBA and mapped with the institutional values and best practices of the NAC. So NAC criteria 1, 4, 3, 5, 6, 7 is mapped properly. And similarly, NBA criteria is also mapped. It is mentioned over there in the slide. What are the criteria number? And in NIRF also see the criteria numbers are mentioned. So if you have this summary with you or IQAC cell, then the working will be easier by the team. So curricular aspect, these are the key aspect, that is curricular design, academic flexibility, feedback on curriculum, curriculum update, best practices in curriculum aspect. Now the teaching, learning and evaluation for criteria 2, admission process, catering to diverse needs, teaching learning process, teacher quality, evaluation process and reforms, best practices in teaching learning. So these are the key aspects of criteria 2 for SSR preparation. And for criteria 3, this promotion of research, publication, consultancy, extension activities. Extension activities means outreach. This is not that typical NSS or NCC. Extension activities means outreach. And collaboration also, this is particularly research collaboration for project, etc. For paper publication, joint publication, this type of collaboration. And what kind of collaboration, particularly you have to give emphasis that what kind of collaboration do you do in terms of interdisciplinary research, how science and innovation are made to be available to society at large. That means whatever the research or project that are going on in the institute, what is the societal impact of that? So you have to give emphasis on that, that is societal impact, and how the problems of society are addressed through scientific innovation. All are related to societal impact, because nowadays sustainable development is the very prominent issue. And you know, decarbonization or renewable energy, many more research work is going on, and also many more research work will start on this area. Decarbonization is a big issue nowadays. By 2050, we have taken the policy. I mean, not only government of India, and entire globe has taken the policy to make it decarbonized by 2050 or 2070, totally 70% by 2050 and 100% by 2070. Decarbonization project already been initiated, carbon capture project, etc. So this type of theme, if you apply in your research project, then it will carry a good societal aspect, societal impact, and also the funding, getting fund will be get easier. Infrastructure and learning, key resources, library is a very crucial part. Library should be equipped with high-end equipment also. RFID system should be there. Divyangan facility should be there. A separate room should be there. If it is not in your institute, for next cycle, you should prepare for that. And if you go through the previous cycle report, NAC PR team report, you will find that this type of lacuna, if you are having, it is mentioned in the report, and it should be addressed for the next before the next IIQA submission. So student support and progression, it is student activities should be improved. Student progression means somewhere from regional to state to national to international. This type of jump should be there in coming years. And best practices in students should be there. Governance and leadership means institutional vision, that is already I have mentioned how you have to prepare the institutional vision. You have to change the institutional vision mission after 4 or 5 years. It is suggested, because the world is changing, so vision should change in that sense. Best practices is governance and leadership, much more, I mean, micromanagement. It is now suggested to go for micromanagement, not macromanagement. that is one-man show is generally avoided. So if the institute run with the micromanagement, then the system will run smoothly. I mean, some decentralization process, and the committee head will run the committee itself. That is actually called micromanagement policy. So if institute follow the micromanagement policy, that institute will excel in coming days. So this is the stakeholder relationship key aspect of the 7 criteria IQAC system: stakeholder relationship and inclusive practices, that is best practices and institution distinctiveness. So if the team, that the coordinator or sub-coordinator, IQAC coordinator, under IQAC coordinator, there are 7 sub-coordinator. The sub-coordinator will form team with 3, 4, 5 faculty or staff member, including. So if particularly this sub-coordinator and the team, sub-team will work on the key aspect, then the better score will be easier to get. So that's why I have put these key aspects in this slide, because as a whole, there are so many things, but this is not, people or faculty or staff members are not aware about the key aspect of the NAAC criterions. So it is suggested to go through the key aspects first, then move in a broader way. So, you know, the grading system assessment policy of the NAAC committee or NBA, whatever. So very good, they give 4 or A, and for good 3, for satisfactory 2, and unsatisfactory 1. They put the score in this way: 4, 3, 2, 1. So there are some policy, that is criteria is then calculated with the appropriate weightage applied to it, and the GPA is worked out for the criteria. Cumulative GPA, that is CGPA, which gives the final assessment outcome. That is someone is getting A or A plus or 3.23 or 3.32. 3.23 is A, 3.32 is A plus. This is actually cumulative GPA. We are getting CGPA. So now grading system, if we go deeper, we can see the arriving at the institutional CGPA includes. Institutional CGPA means the ultimate grading we are getting. That includes key aspect wise weighted grade point, KAWGP, key aspect wise weighted grade point, the criteria wise weighted grade point, that is CRWGP, criteria wise weighted grade point, criteria-wise grade point average, CRGPA. This involves use of the predetermined weightages and the grade points assigned by the peer team for the 32 key aspects covering the 7 criteria. So the key aspects are 32. So we can see that there are 3 grade points: KAWGP, CRWGP, criteria-wise grade point average, CRGPA, and the weightages, that is W. So this is the aspect. If the internal IQAC cell member, if scrutinize this point very judiciously, then they can easily understand what the score they will get in their next accreditation cycle or next assessment cycle, and in this way they can perform better. So to help the peer team in arriving at KAGP, and NAAC provides suggestive guiding indicators and 5-point scale. This is already mentioned. Key aspect wise grade point, that is KAGP. KAGP is nothing but this 0 to 4. Actually, this is 5-point scale: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is actually 5-point scale, and key aspect wise grade point, this is 0 to 4 is called KAGP. So this is the calculation formula. The key aspect wise weighted grade point KAWGP is arrived at by multiplying the predetermined weightage W of a key aspect of respective KAGP assigned by the peer team. So the formula is KAWGP equals to KAGP into W. So you know W, you are getting say 1 or in a 5-point scale, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-point scale, and say you are getting 2. So whatever the KAGP, key aspect grade point you are getting, it would be multiplied by 2 or 3. So then you will get the KAWGP. Now I will show you later in our later slide, it is there. Now criteria wise grade point average CRGPA is calculated by dividing the sum of the key aspect wise grade point average, that is KAWGP, divided by weightages. So so this is the formula CRGPA, how it is calculated. It can be calculated by our own to understand the score. Next is CGPA, that is the ultimate, that the score we are getting is nothing but the CGPA. Those are the division in my earlier slides. The sum of the 7 criteria-wise grade point divided by the sum of the pre-assigned weightages of the 7 criteria will result in cumulative grade point average, that is CGPA of the institution. The institutional CGPA, how it is calculated? That is CRWGP, that is 1 to 7. As we are having 7 criteria, divided by WJ, that is weightages, divided by weightages for the 7 criteria. In this way, we are getting the CGPA. There are some case study also in a later section I am showing you. So I have already shown you this one. Key indicators I have already mentioned. Now this is the example. Say, this is the example of any XYZ college. So curricular aspect, this is divided in this way, 150 marks assigned for the curricular aspect, and it is 50, 50, 30, 20. And the peer team assigned key aspect grade point, KAGP, is 3, 2, W, 3, 2, 1, 2. This is arbitrary. Okay. So they have given a 5-point scale. Now it will be multiplied by the WI predetermined weightages. 50 into 3, it is 150. That is key aspect wise weighted grade point the institute is getting in curriculum design and development. If the peer team gives 2, the second point, and the predetermined weightages is 50, this is already predetermined. That means in a NAC template or NAC format, it is given. If the institute is getting 2, then the marks actually getting 50 into 2, that is 100. For curriculum enrichment, the predetermined weightage is 30 WI, and the peer team given them 1 because the curriculum is not enriched enough, say, for any XYZ institute. So the number is, actual number is getting, the institute is 30. Feedback system, the weightage is 20, and the peer team given the 2 out of 5, out of 4 actually. This is not 5, out of 4 actually peer team given them, the institute 2. So the actual marks institute getting, that is 40. So if we add this, we will get 320, that is criteria-wise grade point. So the criteria-wise grade point is 320, and the predetermined weightage is 150. So the criteria-wise grade point average we are getting is 2.13. Is it clear to everybody? Please confirm. Is it clear to
Participant, please unmute and answer this between say actual speaker. Participants are requested, please unmute.
Or you
And
may write in chat box also.
Yes, sir.
So, is it clear to everybody? I will move.
Ma'am, the participant already in the inbox is clear.
Okay, so the scorecard is with you. The score sheet is with you. Peer team report is with you. You have got one. Say curriculum enrichment, you have got one. So now our based on the previous assessment result, what will be your next course of action? If it is autonomous institute, then curriculum enrichment would be easier because autonomous institute has the flexibility to revise their curriculum. So curriculum enrichment, whatever the non-compliance the NAC peer team has mentioned, they should work on that and will get the better marks for the next cycle, for the upcoming cycle. Say curriculum enrichment, they didn't find any value-added course, sufficient value-added course, sufficient beyond curriculum course, sufficient elective course. So this is the responsibility of the institute or the IQAC cell to sit and work on that, taking the report from the previous accreditation and revise the curriculum by incorporating those value-added course, beyond curriculum course, elective course, etc., MOOCs courses, etc. So if the institute now is having score 1, obviously the institute will jump to score 3. If it is 3, then the marks will be 90 in place of 30. So 90 marks, if you get 60 more in one key area, then like there are so many key areas. So you will get, obviously you will jump from B to A or A to A plus. So next is criteria 2. Criteria 2, again the same policy, weightage grade point is 10, 20, 50, 50, 40, 30. It is common. The total is 200. Say, this is just as for example, okay? Don't go for the marks, that is whether it is actual revised one or not. Just I am giving you one example for this. The NAC peer team given the score 3, 4, 3, 3, 2, 3. So if you multiply, it is 30. Catering to student diversity, any XYZ institute has got the 4. I mean maximum marks it has got. So the maximum marks means 80. 4 into 20, it is 80. If we multiply it with weightage. So maximum marks it has got. It has got the minimum marks in evaluation process and reform. They have not framed in enough policy document. They have not show. They were unable to show, say, the policy documents to NAC peer team. That's why if they are getting 2 out of 4, if it is 4, it will be 160. So the point, I am telling you again, this course sheet is with you, with the institute, and go through that, particularly where you have got the minimum marks, minimum this 3, 4, 2, 1, just analyze. Go with that one where you have got the minimum score 2, 1, etc. Give emphasis on that particular criteria. First, uplift this criteria, these parameters, and then go for other parameters. Okay. So next is criteria 3 again. 210. See, consultancy. Consultancy, it is 0. If you have at least one consultancy, so see the tricks. If you have at least one consultancy before your next NAC visit, then NAC team would give you 1 marks at least, because nothing is 0. So at least you have 1. You will get 1, because between 0 and 1, there is no score. Okay. So 1 means one consultancy will give you 20 marks. 2 consultancy will give you 40 marks. Resource mobilization for research. Resource mobilization for research, some institute has got 1 mark. And resource mobilization for research means it should be the policy of the institute or the IQAC cell to go for the seed grant. So if you give the seed money, maybe 10,000, 20,000, whatever, then if the institute for this cycle say it has got 1 mark, obviously it will jump to 2-3 marks. So the total marks will jump to 40 to 60. So in this way, each and every institute should work for to increase the marks for next assessment cycle. Then the calculated criteria-wise grade point average for criteria 3, that is criteria-wise grade point divided by weightages. That is coming 2.08. That is 520 divided by 250, 2.08. So next in a similar way, criteria 4, criteria 5, all are there. It is the subject X institute is getting 2.5 in criteria 4, 3.4 in criteria 5. Criteria 6, internal quality assurance system, financial management and resource mobilization. Again, resource mobilization means you have to involve many more industry faculty, industry adjunct mentor, industry adjunct faculty, etc., etc. So it will automatically jump to some higher score. So the calculated CRGPA is 240 divided by 100, that is 2.4. So next is innovations and best practices. Innovation, they are getting 1, the X Institute. So this should be lifted. Innovation means some entrepreneurship innovation related seminar, talk, some pitching session should be incorporated in the institute. A cell should be there, innovation cell should be there. And that if the team work, it will automatically score to 2. From 1 to 2, it will jump. So the entire score the institute is getting is 2450. And the total score is 1000 weighted score. So the institutional CGPA, what is institutional CGPA? We know the formula now. 2450 divided by 1000, that is 2.45. So CGPA is 2.45 means you know the process, the grade is B. So from grade B, if you reach 3.26, 2.45, 3.26, it is not a big task. If you analyze all the assessment data, previous assessment data, if you analyze previous assessment data very crucially, very critically, it is very, very easy to jump from 2.45 to 3.26. From B to A+. It will not be a tedious job for you. But the team, a good team, good dedicated and sincere team should work on that to analyze the weak sector of the institute and give emphasis on the weak sector and take it up to some new height, and it will automatically, the score will automatically goes up. Just a moment, please. Okay, so I'm moving to next slide. So all mentioned clearly. Assessment indicator, this is curriculum assessment. This is much more elaborated assessment indicator. If the team is working with this, it will be that institute will be beneficial. Curriculum design is aligned with the institutional goal and objective. These are the tricks how the assessment data can be analyzed. So curriculum design is aligned with the institutional goal of the objective. It should be there. Curriculum design and development is done through a well-defined process. Curricula developed / adopted have relevance to the local, national, regional, global developmental needs. Employability, entrepreneurship, pursuit of higher knowledge, developing global competencies, consultation. Developing global competencies is evident in the curriculum design. Some assessment indicator that is mentioned. This is a case study, okay? Consultation with academic expert is effectively done in this way. The team, this is a peer team report of X institute. So this is the thing the institute is getting. This is the comment the institute getting from the peer team, and wherever it is getting it facing lacuna, the team will work on that for next accreditation. So teaching, learning, and evaluation. Assessment indicators are the admission process of the institution is widely publicized and is transparent. This is indicators actually. It should be there. The institute should work like that. This is the assessment indicator. The institution has periodic reviews of its enrollment profile, and outcomes are used for improvement of the process. Enrollment profile means students are getting from joint entrance examination, state level or national level. State level, there is also some examination. So enrollment profile should be increased, and catering to student diversity, the student organized orientation program, etc. These are the case we have to go through very judiciously. So research and innovation, the institution facilitates its faculty to undertake research by providing research fund, that is seed money. It is very, very important. At least out of 100, at least 40% faculty should have the seed money. Provision for research facilities in terms of laboratory equipment, it should be there. Institution encourages and promotes a research culture. That means how do we promote? We have to frame a good research policy, research promotion policy, and it should be disseminated in the website. You know, website is the mirror of the institute. The website should be having all the policy documents, all the necessary data, all the mandatory disclosure, code of conduct, all the academics related data, administrative data, all the research related data, what are the achievements of the faculty, all should be there in the website. And the institute, those who are having low score in this cycle or previous cycle, they should go for a good institute website, and they will learn many things from that website. It is suggested to go for a for checking a good institute website for the better result in next cycle. Institution encourages the establishment of research unit. I mean, they have to frame the research excellence, center of excellence. Center of excellence on maybe cybersecurity area, maybe IoT area, maybe robotics area, maybe renewable energy area. Each and every department should have individual center of excellence, and it should be documented properly, and it should be uploaded in the website. So these are the key indicators, key If institutes work on that, they will earn better score. So these are the things, criteria 4, that is infrastructure. Infrastructural facilities are augmented from time to time. Health services for students, teaching, non-teaching, that is medical room facility, etc., should be there. And all geotagged photograph should be taken and should be uploaded on the website. So for library, there should be a different separate page on the website, because library is a very crucial domain, and a separate web page is suggested for library section with all the repository, necessary repository, e-journal, etc., etc. I am taking just randomly because this is huge information. For criteria 5, that is key indicator, student participation in co-curricular, extracurricular activities should be there for holistic development. The institution has an international students cell to cater the requirement of foreign students. This is for universities particularly. The placement cell, all the institutes are having the placement cell, personal enhancement and development scheme, coaching classes for competitive examination like GATE, CAT, etc. This type of coaching classes should be there. Scholarship facility, state level, national level, all are there in every institute and in every state. So SC/ST scholarship, all should be there. Student progression, the institution facilities and monitors timely submission of, this is for universities because the colleges are not entitled for this criteria. Institution makes special efforts to reduce its dropout rate and increase its pass percentage. So this is the continuous effort. This is not one day effort or one time effort. This is continuous effort. The mentorship scheme, mentorship cell or mentorship scheme should be strong enough to minimize this type of problem in an institute. So student participation everywhere. Student council is a prominent body. It should be there, actively present in the institute. Students should be presented, academic and administrative bodies of the institution. I mean everywhere, because BOS, academic council, IQAC, everywhere should be student representative is there. So this is the criteria 6, e-governance, vision, mission, goals of the institution are in tune with the objectives of the higher education, and the feedback for framing vision, mission, it should be properly documented and also uploaded on the website. The institution monitors, evaluates its policies and plans, or not only monitors and evaluates, it should reframe or revise the policies after 3-4 years, each 3-4 years. Strategic plan is very, very important. For last 5 years, we have to analyze whatever we have achieved, and for next 5 years, what we are going to achieve. Both 10 years data we should be having in the IQAC cell. So faculty empowerment strategy, already I have mentioned so many things. Institution conducts program to enhance the competency of its faculty and non-teaching staff, that is management development program, staff development program. This is very, very required because mostly we go for FDP, faculty development program. We never, very less we go for staff development program or management development program. Management development program is particularly needed for head of the institution, head of the department, or higher administrative or management level post. So this management level program should be there, and staff development program should also be there. So next is criteria 7. Criteria 7, these are very crucial. Green audit, promotion of eco-friendly campus, and promotion should be done through website first. So website should be, compact. Each and every aspect should be there on the website. Green audit policy and the green audit report for last 3 years should be there. E-waste management, this policy and report should be there. The good institute all are having in the website. Please go through that. Now, guidelines for preparation, compilation of all information pertaining to research projects, list of publication, etc. Conference organized, conference attended. These all are the criteria present in the criteria, and the research directory already is present in each and every institute. I hope so. Compilation of minutes of all academic bodies, not only compilation, MOM should be prepared and should be uploaded to the website. Collection and analysis of feedback for students and employees. This also should be there on the website. That is a student satisfaction survey, NAC need it. And for criteria 2, last point, the student satisfaction survey has to be put from the institution, and NAC owned by their own do the student satisfaction survey at the end of the NAC process. Undertaking program for soft skill and personality development, that is the student development program particularly. So institute should be having this. Alumni association should be having this. Not only having alumni association, a separate web page should be there in the website. So these are the things. The website must contain the following information: goals and objective, program option, eligibility criteria, admission policy, academic calendar, examination and other assessment schedules, infrastructure facilities available for teaching, fee structure, cultural and sports events, etc. Creation of homepage of each faculty member. It is very, very important. This is the good culture of an institute, and this will carry a good impression also to NAC peer team. That is contact details, academic qualification. At least 70% faculty of an institute should be having their own web page. This is very easy. This is not require any financial this is actually student handbook. Student handbook, actually we give it to the student while taking the admission. So this should be properly maintained. We all are having, but you should, we have to maintain it properly in the IQAC cell. So organizing seminar in all colleges for students, taking the outside participant. This is very, very important. The feedback of the seminar should be having in the report. This is very, very important. And also the attendance and also the picture, screenshot. Suggested to be invited to for enhancement of suggestions to be invited for enhancement of quality. This type of tag should be there in our institutional website, because suggestion box is there in the college also. I know in each and every college is are having the suggestion box, but suggestion to be invited, that type of tab should be there in our website also for online suggestion, because it is not possible for because global recruiter, we have global recruiter, national recruiter, or it is not possible to collect feedback from them one by one. So if a tab is there in our website, it is very easy to get the feedback from the stakeholders. With the hard copy, you maintain the hard copy in our department in the institute. With that, a soft copy or tab should be there in the website. So, So this is the guideline for institutional preparation. Same thing, actually, departmental and institutional go hand in hand.
Hello.
And I think I have disconnected.
Yes, yes, sir. Ma'am, now visible.
Just see my Can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So, arranging parent-teacher meet, undertaking program soft skill. This was the page I was there. So creation of student council and also creation of placement and guidance cell. And this is feedback from student is very, very crucial. And suggestion, I have already told you that a suggestion tab should be there in our website also. This will be appreciated by the peer team. Undertaking community activities, introduction of teacher word system in the department or college, collection and analysis of feedback for students and employees, parent-teacher meet. Parent-teacher meet is a direct way of collecting feedback from the stakeholder, direct way. So parent-teacher meet is very, very important. While doing the parent-teacher meet in your undergraduate colleges, you please take a form, prepare a form, feedback form, and collect the feedback from the guardian at the very moment. So it is it is easy to get the feedback from the parents. So now I am talking about the two criteria, that is QLM and QNM, qualitative metrics and quantitative metrics. So there are, in autonomous colleges, this is just an example. I have taken the autonomous colleges data. The autonomous colleges are having 35 qualitative metrics and 72 quantitative metrics. So qualitative metrics are one of the main components of self-study report. Quantitative metrics, the data, whatever you are putting, that is the final. Because the 70% marks we are getting from quantitative metrics and 30% marks we are getting from qualitative metrics. So quantitative metrics is very, very important in that sense that the data you are putting in the portal, NAC portal, you are directly getting 70% marks from that data. And how to put the data in the NAC portal? There are some rules and regulations, there are some process, obviously. So you should go carefully through the processes while uploading the data on the NAC portal. Once it is freezed, you can't alter that 70% marks. So this is very, very crucial. You can't alter, you don't have any more time to change or alter the data. Only DVV, data validation and verification, that is DVV clarification process is there, that is reviewer's comment. There is one scope to change or to revise, not change, you revise your data. So that the DVV clarification generally not for all point, say 20 to 25 points you are getting DVV clarification. So the data you are putting, that is quantitative metrics data, if you earn maximum point from this quantitative metrics, it would be easier to get a better score. Now for 30% data, it is qualitative metrics. Qualitative metrics are one of the main components of the self-study report. This is the 12 quick tips for writing efficient qualitative metrics, that is allocated team that is diligent and experienced enough to carry out the task. I have already mentioned that the sub-coordinator and its team is very, very important. So the allocation is very, very important for the IQAC coordinator or the head of the institute, whoever dealing with the task. So team allocation, after that, self-analysis is a must. That I have already mentioned, that the criteria-wise grade point and criteria-wise grade point average, how to calculate using this weightage, I have already mentioned in my earlier slide. So this is called self-analysis. So this self-analysis is very, very important, and it is must factor, because in your previous assessment record, if you are getting 1, so give emphasis on that score first. It should be lifted from 1 to 3. And it is not a big task. If you work religiously on that particular score, it will obviously go to 3 or 4 from 1. Next, third point is the topmost task before beginning to write qualitative is to read every matrix carefully, highlighting the keywords. A focused response is all that is required using the right set of keywords. So you know, keywords means if one criteria, say in criteria 3, it is mentioned, say workshop, seminar, conference. So whatever the data you are uploading on the particular, under that particular criteria, the keyword should be like that. The title of your event should contain those keywords. That is workshop or seminar or conference. The title of your event should contain those keywords, the words that is available in the criteria. Similarly, in criteria 2, there is a term value-added course. In many of us, we are incorporated value-added course, but in some different form, in some different term. But if we put our term, we will not get the marks. We have to put that terminology that the NAC has mentioned. If they have mentioned value-added course, then we have to use that term, value-added course. Otherwise, this evaluation, particularly quantitative matrix evaluation, is done by the artificial intelligence. So no human is involved with it. So AI is already programmed and programmed with that value-added course. It will search that term, particularly value-added course, value-added course. If it will not get this term in your data, SSR data, still you have uploaded, but you will not get any marks. So this is very crucial factor, these keywords. Hope you have understood what I am trying to tell. If yes, please write in the chat box. If yes, if it is clear to you, write in the chat box. It is clear or not? If there is any question on that, please mention.
Participants are requested to confirm in the chat box if it is clear or if they have any questions on their part.
From keyword point of view, if you have any query, please ask me. Okay. So keyword is very, very important. Focused response is all that is required using the right set of keyword. So as it is done, evaluation, quantitative matrix evaluation is done by artificial intelligence. So this keyword already in its memory, so it will search as per its memory. So this keyword, maintaining those keywords as prescribed by NAC is very, very important for a good score. You are explaining what has already been implemented in your institution. So do not give your response in its present tense. Got the point? No data in present tense, because you have already implemented. It is mentioned in our policy, not that we are mentioning in our policy. Because not that, because this is last 5 years data. It should be in past tense or past perfect, or we have been mentioned, but we have been worked out. Present perfect or past tense. Never present tense. These are the tricks. While writing qualitative metric, do not ignore to include the benefits gathered during the event and validate them with necessary evidence. That means benefits gathered while writing any report, write the outcome. Outcome / benefit. It should start with objective. It should end with outcome / benefit. Got my point? So similarly, if I go to the allocation of team and self-analysis, I have already mentioned. I have also already informed you the tricks how to self-analyze the data. Next point is 6th point. That is, just a moment. Do not flaunt, give only relevant, clear and honest answer, which you should be able to demonstrate with confidence to the visiting peer team. How much confident you are it will carry good marks. This impression will carry very good marks. Convey your thoughts in simple English and without grammatical mistake. Make a team of from English department. Whatever policy, whatever documents you are preparing, 2-3 members team, it will be their task to check the English language or grammatical mistake, if any. This will be their task in the institute. So every document will be passed to the team. It will be very rectified. If there is any correction needed, then it will be uploaded to SSR portal, NAC portal, or website. See that your answer do not fall short to the length mentioned by, do not short, if there is say 500 words limit, don't make it 100. Try to cover much more, at least 450, 470. My limit, maximum limit is 500. That doesn't signify I will write the paragraph in just 150 words. Clear? So similarly, nowhere try to squeeze in the additional matter. What does it mean? There is everywhere mentioned additional, any additional documents, everywhere mentioned. So faculty may think or team may think this is additional document. We don't have to put the document there. This is additional. This is not mandate. No, that is wrong. You put mandatory document in the proper place, but with that you put the additional document in the any additional information tab. Don't ignore. Each and everywhere you upload the any additional document. Say somewhere it is in criteria 5, somewhere it may ask that scholarship data, student scholarship data, there is a specific table provided by the NAC team. Good. You fill up that table, you upload it in the main link, main tab. But for additional document, you take some sample copy of that scholarship document. That student has got this scholarship, sample copy. Say per year 10, per year 5, whatever. Take it year-wise, obviously. Say 2020, this 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. 5 years document, merge it, make it March PDF, and upload in an additional document. So this is very, very important. Don't ignore it, additional document. Next is do justice to those matrices that require supporting document as upload. Same thing. Same thing, supporting document wherever it is applicable. Maybe you are having very little document in your hand, but that little document may bring the boom. You put it, but don't ignore. I don't have enough document. Don't put that. No, you put it. This is a supporting document, supplementary data. You put it there. Say some faculty guiding PhD. You have, say, 20 faculty in your institute who are guiding PhDs. You have put all the necessary, you have filled up the template provided by NAC, you have uploaded. But all the enrollment certificate, registration certificate, or awarded, thesis awarded certificate of your student, consider it as a supporting document. Upload it there. Point 11, do not beat around the bush. Focus on what matters. I mean, very specific. Whatever NAC team asked for, you judiciously check the point, you judiciously read the point, take the senior person with you. If there is any confusion, ask your peers, ask the external expert. There are so many external experts of good colleges available. Include in your IQAC team as an external expert. Focus on the front matters. Focus on the matters, not X, Y, Z, whatever is asking for some X document, you are giving Y document. It shouldn't be like this. If you have any, you are working religiously, we understand. But if there is any confusion issue, if there is any doubt, ask the peers, ask the external experts. Last point, when done, proof the copy. Get this done by a professional copywriter. I have already told you that if it is not always possible, make a team in your college from English department, good in knowledge in English, basic science department, make a team, move through that team, and then upload the report. Now, I am giving one example. Just wait a minute, that is floor plan. We have to provide the floor plan. This is additional. This is a nice document we can produce for to create a good impression about our institute.
Madam.
Just a minute.
Ha.
Okay. Now, this is say some one XYZ college floor plan. Okay. See, this is your department, Electronics and Communication Engineering department. This is your department. So in this floor plan, you have been allocated some particular rooms, classroom, say this for EC department, say. Now click on that. This is the floor plan. The particular department should mark in this way. Say electronics department taken yellow color, computer science department may take green color, electrical department may take pink color, right? So now I am clicking on this. Can you show this? Can you see this? Or
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
to share. You see this, right? So when I am clicking on that particular room, that yellow marked room, it is showing the geotagged photograph of that room. This is the things, this is the flavor we can add, and this can jump our score. We can jump our score to a bigger extent from B to A, B to A plus, B to A plus plus. These are the flavor we have to add. This is one example I have shown you. Now, can you see the original slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, this is the evaluation data. I have shown assessment data, how to move for the next cycle, NAC cycle, based on the previous assessment data, how to evaluate ourselves, how to increase our score without taking the help from any external expert by analyzing only the previous assessment data judiciously, we can increase our score. And all the best to all of you who are going to apply for next cycle for your institute. And I hope you will jump a lot. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us such an enriching and wonderful lecture. I think the participants are benefited. I hope the participants have enjoyed through the session. Thank you again for giving us your valuable time. Now I request Dr. Anubrata Mondal sir to present you with some token of appreciation that we have prepared from our end. Ma'am, please accept this from our end, from GKCEM organizers.
Madam, please take it digitally at that moment. Ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
ma'am.
much, sir. Thank you very much, organizing team. Thank you very much, Principal Professor Mahuya Das, for giving me such an honor. And I hope the participants, you have got some idea how to increase your score, how to better perform in a better way in your next cycle. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am, for these nice sessions. And definitely, if in further process, if your valuable sessions we remember, and it will better for our future academic process, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes,
And over to Shubhanurekha, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So we are done with the morning session of the 4th day of this 5-day program. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, our honorable speaker, for lending us such a wonderful lecture, for enlightening us. So we are going to meet you again at the afternoon session that is going to be starting from 2 p.m. onwards. Please join on time. We can wrap up the session, our morning session here. Thank you all for joining. Have a good day.
Thank you, everybody. I'm leaving the session.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. The feedback links are already given. The feedback link is already given.
Feedback link and assignment link also given.
Yes.
Participants are requested to fill with 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
இருங்க அவங்ககிட்ட சொல்லிடலாம். டேய் இந்த ஆன்லைன் இதுக்கு போடும்போது ஒரு கூகுள் மீட்டோட லிங்க் ஒன்று கிரியேட் பண்ணி அதை போடு. புதுசு நீயே ஒன்று கிரியேட் பண்ணிக்கோ. ஜூம் இருக்குங்காட்டி ரெக்கார்ட் ஆக மாட்டேங்குது. அது தெரியாம நான் பேசிட்டு இருக்கிறேன்.
அது முடிஞ்சு எவ்வளவு நேரம்
முடிஞ்சுதா? நான் நீ
சொன்னேன்ல.
হ্যাঁ 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 যখন বর্ণালী কুণ্ডু ডক্টর বর্ণালী কুণ্ডু ম্যাডাম
I think our honorable speaker has joined. I think ma'am has joined.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes. So can we begin or just wait for 3 minutes?
Just wait for 3 minutes and start from 2 p.m.
Okay.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
My video is coming?
Not yet.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Shubhanaraka, start
Yes.
the session. So we start the session. No?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon to everyone who have already joined and who are still joining. Welcome to the afternoon session of the 4th day of this 5-day faculty development program on COPO mapping and COPO attainment organized by the IQAC cell and the R&D cell of Greater Kolkata College of Engineering and Management. Today, at the afternoon session, our speaker is Dr. Bornali Kundu. We welcome you, ma'am. And she will be speaking on developing method to measure the attainment of POs and COs and calculations. Let me introduce her to the audiences. Dr. Bornali Kundu, head of the Department of Electrical Engineering, Guru Nanak Institute of Technology, Shodhpur, Kolkata, has more than 17 years teaching experience in the academic field. She has been awarded with a doctoral degree from Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur, Howrah, and has completed her Master of Engineering from Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur. She has served as a senior research fellow in the DST project in IIEST Shibpur. She has many research paper publications in journals. She has presented many papers in IEEE conference and won the Best Paper Award. She has published 4 patents, received projects from AICTE of rupees 13 lakhs. She is a member of IEEE Power and Energy Society, Solar Energy Society of India, that is SESI, senior member of Institute of Engineers India, and also an active member of FOSSET, FOSSET. She has organized international conferences, faculty development programs, hands-on workshop, technical fest, etc. Associated with Solar Energy Society of India and Institute of Engineers. Ma'am, you can begin your session. We welcome you heartily. Good afternoon to everyone again. Please keep yourselves on mute until our speaker, ma'am, asks you to unmute and respond. Okay, you can begin your session, ma'am.
Yes, thank you for a nice introduction. And thank you to the organizing team. They have called me for this FTP. And this is also a very good topic that I have chosen. Many things I want to discuss with you, and I hope we will enjoy it, and it will be very precise, and I hope it will be helpful for you for filing the NBA in future. Okay, so let's start. I'm sharing my screen with you. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes. Madam, it is visible.
Okay. So again, very good afternoon to all my dear participants and my dear colleagues. So my topic is developing method to measure the attainment of POs and COs and calculations. Okay, so basically all we know little bit what do you mean by POs and COs, but the inner thing we should be more acquainted with it. So let us go to this content. So these are the content I will discuss with you. First is, what do you mean by outcome-based education? And what is the difference between traditional education system and the OBE? Psychological significance of OBE timeline, attainment of course outcome, Bloom taxonomy levels, process for mapping the values for COPO matrix, procedure for attainment of POs, parameter of indirect assessment, assessment process for PEO, that is program educational objective, summary, and the case study. I hope this case study will be helpful more for you. But before that, before describing the case study, we have to go through these basic things. So I'm coming to my presentation directly. So what is outcome-based education? That we all know a little bit, that it is a very clear system and it is a learner-centered approach with a sound psychological background. Okay, so here students develop their skill and gain their knowledge irrespective of their intellectual or my slide is changing. Is it okay with you? Organizer, it is okay with you when slide is changing?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So actually it is an learner-centered approach, and here the faculty members, moderators, mentor, instructors guide the student based on target outcome. So here the main word is target. Target for what? So then we have to know what is the benefit of the outcome-based or the target-based outcome for the students, how the students are benefited. So this outcome-based education brings clarity among the teachers and the students for that particular course. Every student has the flexibility and freedom of learning in their own ways. That means previously you have seen that in traditional case, we have the teachers told them this way you have to read or this book you have to follow. But outcome-based education, it encourages the students to be the study in their freedom. So they says there is more than one method of learning, not restricted to a particular method. Reduces comparison among the students as everyone has a different target. So as I'm telling that when we are taking the admission of the BTech or whatever the course or the program, so that students have joined from different category, different intellectual level. So OBE, the benefit is that we reduce this comparison among the students, and students themselves are taking the responsibility for achieving their goals. And the goal is set by the institute or the department or the program. So what is the difference between the traditional system and the OBE system? So here in the left-hand side, I have make a simple differentiation because to go into the deeper thing, firstly, we have to get the idea why we have to know.
Participants are requested, please mute yourself. Participants are requested, please mute yourself.
So we have to go into depth because actually finally we have to do, because all the programs, so for all the colleges, it is mandatory. So until and unless we understand the basic things of the OBE system, it is not means so much easy to cope up with this, and you are not getting interest. So to gain some interest, so you have to know this basic difference. So what is the difference between the traditional education that we have followed before the OBE and what OBE brings to you, means brings to the faculty and the students. So first, it provides outcome-based education, provides expanded opportunities that follow student-centered learning approach. It's not a faculty or teacher-centered learning approach. It is a student-centered learning approach. Next, OBE system, through our OBE system, we set a clear goal to the student. We set a clear goal to the students to impact their lives positively, committing to excellence and innovation. So that students on their own category, own level of categories, students can reach their own excellence and some certain level of innovation. So that OBE is very helpful to set their goal, which can impact on their excellency. Next, which is most important for being a faculty member. Okay, so being a faculty member, the teachers and faculty need to give inputs that may include various innovative activities, and also need to decide what skills are required to master a particular subject for designing the curriculum. So here OBE is not saying that you have to you design your curriculum, you have to design your course outcome, you have to design your all the syllabus and the content of the syllabus, like the IITs, like the NITs. No. So keeping your excellence and your set of innovations, keeping this two in mind, we have to design our curriculum and some skill set so that we can reach at the goal. Okay, so the goal is set by us. It's not set by that, it's a mandatory, not set by this OBE system or the chairman of the OBE system or the inventors of the OBE system. Only the faculty, only the departmental faculty members and the staff, they are deciding the goals, and as per their goals and skill set, they have to design the curriculum. Okay, so that was absent in the traditional education. And the traditional educations, we have just chalk with the chalk and board, and there is very little amount the innovation, and there is some bookish knowledge. Students are not agree to taking the risk of the entrepreneurship thinking. So after coming this OBE system, slightly the learning approach of the students has changed, and it is day by day. You can see first when it has came to us OBE system, it was very monotonous, but day by day, as my experience is means going through this OBE, I think it is a justified system and it should be. Okay, so I go to the next. Okay, so what is the psychological significance of the OBE? So it is it's a learner level capabilities. It should the learner level capabilities, and students is not a passive recipient. Students is here, this approach, students is active recipient, and all these things, all the teaching, learning activities, and the whole designing the skill set and the curriculum and the goal, all it is for the students. Okay, so the main, if you can say, it's the main ingredients of a cooking, that is a student. Okay, so obviously how we reach our goal, it is justified or not based on our quality of the students, we need some frequent feedback, okay, which enhance the total performance of the teaching learning process and the whole process. And it will be also a motivating factor that boosts up for the future learning endeavor. Okay, so at least when we means at present, when we are obviously in future after 5 years or after 10 years, obviously our goal set will be higher. Okay, so in coming future, we have to go with our feedback process on the present skill set or present goal set based on OBE. Okay, so feedback is very much important. So now I'm coming to just coming to that topic. Okay, so my topic is developing tools or how we can develop the attainment of the COs and POs. So first and foremost thing is you have to write a statement of the course outcome for a particular course in a very, very wise manner. Okay, so you have to write a statement of the CO so that you can reach its target, you can enhance your student skill, you can match the Washington Accord and the program outcomes, program educational objective of your department, program specific outcome of your department, as well as mission, vision of the department and institute. Okay, so the main NBA COPO attainment is the statement of the COs, that is course outcome for a particular subject. Okay, so there is not a definite number. It depends upon the nature of the course, and but in practice, 5 to 6 COs can be prescribed for a particular subject. It's for theoretical. If we go for the practical, you may choose at least three COs for the practical subject or the project or any sessional papers. But for the it's your theory paper, it is prescribed that you have to keep its minimum 5. Okay, so now I'm coming to how you should write your COs for a particular subject, very clever way. Okay, so now I'm giving a pause and want to ask my participant up to this, if you have any questions. So I'm very happy to clear your doubt.
Participants are requested, if any doubts, please unmute yourself and direct us towards speaker. If any doubt.
Okay.
And if any doubt, you can write it on your chat box also. You can write it chat box also.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I have a query.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, as you have mentioned, we can write COs of COs ranging from 5 to 6, right, ma'am, for a course?
Yes.
If at all it is a laboratory course, then how many COs that we can write, ma'am? The same count or it varies?
3 is sufficient. It is prescribed that 3 COs, minimum 3 COs, you can opt for the theoretical subject, and for same as for sessional. For sessional, it may be 2. There will be no problem.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, while we are concentrating on writing these COs, we might be writing these Bloom's verbs. Along with these Bloom's, is it mandatory to write the knowledge levels also?
Yes, it's very, very mandatory. That I'm coming to my next slides. and I hope we will enjoy. Let's see, because when we have learned this kind of CO statement writing, and when I'm giving this presentation, when I am making ready this presentation, that I'm thinking that why I'll not see these things in before, so that I will be expert before at least 2 to 3 years ago. So I hope in my next slide you will get this answer.
Thank you.
Okay. So now, Bloom's taxonomy for defining outcome. So we know this Bloom's taxonomy is related to the Washington Accord, and this Bloom's taxonomy have the several levels of the action verb, and it is a standardized format through which we can understand the cognitive challenge that we can expect from our learner or students. So this is Bloom's taxonomy is a widely accepted classification worldwide with appropriate variability to identify the level of learning, okay, and from the basic level to the highest order of cognitive level or the creativity. So here it is very known to all of you. Again, I am just showing there are 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy, and here this first level in the pyramid of the Bloom's taxonomy is remembering. So this is the very lower level. Okay, so in remembering, the verb it is showing describe, relate, tell, find. Not it restricted or it's not limited to this much of verb words, action words, but there are many words, action words can be accommodated in the remembering. But for specifically, if you think, so these are the 4 action verbs which is sufficient to write your COs for a particular subject. Next level is understanding, where the discuss, outline, explain, predict. These are the verbs. Applying is the 3rd level of the Bloom's taxonomy. That is illustrate, complete, solve. And analyzing, that is the level 4. It has some action verb like identify, compare, explain, categorize, and evaluating 5, that is decide, prioritize, rate, justify, and the topmost level of the Bloom's taxonomy. That means we are initiating, or we are starting from the level of the basic level of the number 1 of this pyramid, and again the highest level of the Bloom's taxonomy is the pyramid, the highest level on the pyramid, that is 6, that is creating. And here the action verb is create, imagine, design, and plan. Okay, so if you can remember these 4 action verbs for each of the levels, I hope it will be not difficult for the writing the COs. Yes, I am telling this matrix. Okay, so first of all, how you have to write the CO, and ultimate you have to do the CO-PO matrix. So PO means program outcome, CO means CO is course outcome. So here in this table I have shown that is up from PO1 to PO6. It is a technical skills related program outcomes. But from PO7 to PO12, it will give you the transferable skills, the skills you want to transfer through your learners. That means you have to click on, or you have to give the weightage on your CO-PO matrix on the PO7 to PO12. Now, how you write the CO, by which key points you have to keep in your mind. you can see here that PO1, if you can see the PO statement, you can find these two words, apply and identify. And this apply identify also common with the level 3 Bloom taxonomy and in level 2 Bloom taxonomy levels. Okay, so this way PO2 has formulate and review, which is matched with the Bloom taxonomy level 6 and level 2. PO3 design and develop. So in design level 3 and level 6, it will match. So this way up to PO6, you have this thing in your mind and write that way your CO. Say you write apply for a basic electrical engineering, you are writing a one CO. Apply the knowledge of circuit theorems to solve the electrical circuit. I want to request participants to mute yourself. Otherwise, it is very difficult to concentrate on my presentation. Okay, so here you can see L1 to L4, that is Bloom taxonomy level. L1 to L4 is for theory courses. L1 to L5 for the laboratory courses. So L1 to L5 means in L5 means it's a higher level of the Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, and L1 to L6 is for mini project or major project. So when you make a question for your internal test or your semester examinations, so you might follow the action verbs for making the question paper for the theoretical subject, so that your action verb in the question paper should remain within the level 1 to level 4 in the Bloom taxonomy. Okay, but for the major project or the minor project or in laboratory some cases, you can put the design, the create, like design the low pass filter. Okay, you can write this question in a laboratory examination. But in theoretical subjects, if we take your question within L1 to L4, it would be easier for the students to give their answer, and also it would be easier to evaluate the answer. Okay, so what is the thumb rule? So up to PO6, when you have written COs of a particular course, and after writing these COs, you have to do the COPO mapping. Okay, the table of the COPO mapping. You all know that on the syllabus, you have to give the COPO mapping. So during this mapping, again, you have to check our CO statement is written proper way. This CO statement is matching with this PO, and this PO is matching with this Bloom taxonomy level. Actually, this is a closed loop. So through this closed loop, you have to check the CO statement and you have to refine. After a certain time, you get a proper statement. And why I'm telling this is a seed of a tree, because on the basis of the CO statement, only your attainment value of the PO and PSO and the PEO overall attainment will only depend on the CO statement. That's why it is very important to write the CO statement in the proper way. So what is the thumb rule here? So when we map from PO7 to PO12, so you can follow this thumb rule that if L1 action verb, L1 means in Bloom taxonomy level 1 action verb of a CO, okay, it correlates with any of PO7 to PO12. So if L1 action verbs for the L1 level is if it is mapping with your CO1, CO2, CO3, CO4, CO5, because 5 is the very means prescribed things, numbers of your number of COs. Okay, so this level 1 Bloom taxonomy for one number of CO or 2 CO or now CO3, CO4, any correlates, so that would be also, that CO also correlate with the PO7 to PO12. Okay, and then assign 1. So that CO with the PO7, you put that mapping value 1. What do you mean by 1, 2, 3? 3 is highly matched, 2 is moderately matched, and 1 is low matched. Okay, so when you put this CO1, say CO1, you have the action verb of the L1, and it is also mapped with PO7, so you put 1 and also there 1. Okay, so like this way, from PO7 to PO12, if L2 to L3 action verbs in the Bloom taxonomy level 2 and 3, their action verbs is matched with your any of the COs, and it should be correlate with PO7 to PO12, any POs, and you have to assign the value of the relation, that is 2, that is moderated. And the likewise, that from L4 to L6 action verbs of the COs, have, in any COs have, so you should correlate with PO7 to PO12, giving the number assignment, assigning 3 is a highly correlate. The CO and that PO is highly correlate if any COs have the action verb within the level 4 to level 6. I hope it is understood by you. If you have any doubt, I will ask you later after finishing it, before the exam case study. Okay, so now I'm coming to the procedure for the attainment of the COs. So first, before that, all we have means the knowledge how to write the COs and how to write the CO-PO mapping, and you have mapped is very well, having the knowledge of Bloom's taxonomy, and now you have to calculate the attainment of the course outcome. So we remember that course outcome for a particular course, say a program of say electronics engineering have in 4-year programs here, they may have 120 subjects. So course outcome should be for 120 subjects. So for each of the course of that particular program, you have to find the attainment. Okay, so course outcome, attainment of the course outcome should be applicable for only one course. So like this way, for all the course, you have to do the attainment. Okay, so how you do this attainment? So there are 2 ways. One is direct attainment, another is indirect attainment. Okay, so direct attainment, through which we have got the attainment or value. First is class test. Okay, so class tests are conducted based on CO. So what do you mean by that? That during our making question paper for our class test or unit test, we have to make the questions based on COs and Bloom taxonomy. Okay, so that already you have formed your COs keeping in mind the Bloom taxonomy level. Obviously, when you do your questions for your unit test, that would be matched with the COs, and obviously you have to mention the Bloom's taxonomy. So you may have 2 class tests. Next is class performance activities consisting of assignments, PPTs, or any other activity related to COs. So all we are giving assignments in kinds of PPTs, or in kind of write up the assignments or some numericals, or some kind of very small assignment say this filter you have studied in theoretical, now you something design in MATLAB. Okay, so that also would be related as a class performance. So you know this the teaching learning process are there are different types. One is experiential, another is your that is your innovative. So the faculty will decide through which the class performance activities will be decided. And direct attainment, the last is end semester examination result. Okay, so through this three, we will have the direct attainment value of the COs for a particular subject. Next is indirect attainment. So indirect attainment is feedback of students, faculty, alumni, and parents. So we need to collect the feedbacks, and from feedbacks we will have some that is the rubrics, and we got some value, and by both, that is direct attainment and indirect attainment, we will have the CO attainment of that particular course. Okay, so how these two will be accommodated for calculations of the CO attainment? So it would be decided by a particular department, and it would be approved through BOS, Board of Studies, through Departmental Academic Committee, Board of Studies, Program Academic Committee, that is PAC, and further it is Academic Committee of the institution, and BOG, that is Board of Governance. So the weightage of the direct attainment, how much weightage you are taking for the direct attainment and how much weightage you are taking for the indirect attainment to calculate the CO attainment, that will be decided by the department only and approved by this way. So I will show this calculation in my case study. Okay, so just see and keep in your mind this way it can be done. CO attainment. Okay. So here, this process of CO attainment, what is the process? So that way I have shown, it is just a flow chart. So here the main two way, it is a direct and indirect. So direct assessment is a continuous assessment. Continuous assessment in both in three cases, like in theory course, laboratory course, and the project work. In all cases, we do the continuous assessment, that is the internal assessment. So when we do this theory course, the tools, that is internal assessment, assignments, and tutorials. For laboratory course, the continuous assessment is done by the performance of the students in the lab, viva voce, and record. Okay, their laboratory record. For in case of project work, the tools is reviews. Means if we have a 1 year project, major project, so or minor project. So in semester, 2 session or 2 reviews that is should be done by the project coordinator and with the team. Okay, so that kind of reviews we will give. We will get the continuous assessment from the project. So after getting that, the value from the CO attainment value from theory course, laboratory course, project work, we will evaluate of CO using the performance of continuous assessment. So here, for evaluation of particular subject, we need to take theory, lab, project. If that particular subject do not have the laboratory, so you take only the theory course as well as project work. If you do not have the laboratory and project works, only you take the theory course. Okay, so like this way you have to evaluate. But for evaluation of the CO, if theory, laboratory, project, it is included in the subjects, you need to take. It's very, very important. You need to take all these 3 weightage for evaluating the course outcome. Next is not it is a continuous assessment, it is a university examination. So evaluation of CO using the performance in university examination, and these two, that the result, that the CO attainment value, course outcome value, evaluated value, and course outcome evaluated for a value from university evaluation, you are taking average and calculate the, not taking average, yes, it's a taking average. Here you do the calculations, and whatever you are getting these calculations, you have to take a weightage of the indirect attainment. Okay, I'm coming later. First, you see this calculation of overall CO attainment based on the direct attainment. So here, your COPO level, COPO mapping, when you have set the COPO mapping, if you have set the value, it is attained. If it is attained, so in the next cycle or in the next year, you have to increase of competency level of attainment academic year. So for the particular subject, you can think, yes, my target has fulfilled the attainment, whatever I have done for my particular course for the CO attainment, it is matched with my target attainment. So I can increase slightly my target in the next year, so that my students can do the better, or I can evaluate my students in a better way. So if it is not attained, so again, you have to take appropriate measures in the which places, in the teaching delivery, that is the content delivery, or the assessment method. So either there may be a problem of the course delivery by the particular faculty or by particular person. You have to recheck it, that the way the faculty is delivering the lecture, the students are not getting that way. Maybe the faculty is better than the students. So students are now their intellectual level is quite low. So now you have to recheck it, and the assessment method also. The assessment method means you have to reform the questions. You have to keep it in mind, that Bloom taxonomy level and the COs, and you have to do the questions. Based on the questions, you do assess your students, and again, you can recheck it. I hope it will attain the course outcome with its target. And this question and the target level, if you want to lower the target level, so it would be not encouraged. Say you have taken your target level 2.5, and you have seen here you have lowering your target levels 2.3. So it will be not entertained, but it will. You can go through with the discussion of your departmental academic committee and your that institute committee and BOA, the expert members from what way you can follow. So then implementation of the necessary changes in the next academic year. If it would be better, attainment is your target is attained your value, so you can increase or not decrease. It would be not encouraged by the NBA people. Okay. So how we get there? So first is course outcomes are attained through direct and indirect methods that I told you. Average attainment of COs is calculated. So what do you mean by average attainment? Average attainment is like that CO1 you have, say in unit test 1, CO1, say you calculated attained is 3. And in end semester examination, CO1, for that particular CO1, you have achieved 2.5. So take this to average and find the average value of that particular CO, okay, for the direct assessment. And take this value, like you have said, the target levels, low, moderate, and high. So how you target levels? Say your 40% of students have achieved 60%, equal or greater than 60%. Then you will get the 2. Okay. If 40% students will get more than 75%, you will get, you will set your CO value, CO level of the attainment of CO would be 3. And if 20% of students will get below 50%, the level would be set by 1. So like this way, this level set should be decided by the departmental academic committee, and it would be approved by the Board of Studies and AC, that is academic committee of your institution. Okay. Next is the target level for the attainment of CO is based on the average marks of that course in the previous academic year. Yes. So that I have told in the previous slide. Obviously, when we set here that 40% students have equal to or greater than 60%, these targets, you have to, when you set these targets, you have to keep it in your mind that the previous year, what is the scenario? What was the scenario that our students, 60% students have achieved 60%, or below 40% students is achieved the 60%. So this way you have to change the target level for the next year, or you may not change the next year. After 3 years also you can change, because it's very ridiculous process if you change these things in every year. Okay, so better by two or after 2 or after 3 years you can change it by considering the past scenario of the target level. And finally, when you have, as per your target, you have calculated the CO attainment through the direct attainment process, and the same value, that's the same CO's attainment value from indirect process, that is from feedback, you have to get overall attainment value for that particular CO. So here it is 80%, sorry, 80% weightage you are taking from the direct attainment level, and 20% weightage you are taking from the indirect level of the attainment of COs. Okay, so whatever the value you were having of the COs in the direct attainment, you are taking that values of 80% of that values, and the value you are getting from indirect attainment, you have to take 20% of that values, and you have to sum up to get overall attainment of the CO. Okay. So next is assessment process of CO attainment direct. So how or through which you can get the attainment of the CO's value, also the Bloom's taxonomy and the frequency. Okay, so here is your internal examination, that is all COs you can match, or if you have fixed your 5 COs, first 2 COs for the first as an internal examination, and the rest 3 you can do the questions from the rest 3 of the COs for the examination, internal exam. And the Bloom's taxonomy you can write this way, that the question paper comes from this level of Bloom's taxonomy. Remember, understand, apply, like this way. Assignment generally it has a higher level of the Bloom's taxonomy, that is analyzed, and group assignment also is a higher level of Bloom's taxonomy. And this way, mini and major projects. But in university examination, as this is a theory subject, so I have seen you in my past PPT that for your theoretical subjects, you have to follow the level 1 to level 4 maximum. you cannot do the questions for the level from the level 5 and a level 6. So for theoretical subject, do the questions from the remember and understanding this level of questions, so the student get the better assessment. Okay. So please tell me up to this, anybody any doubt? So I'll clear. If I could not clear, I will explain my case study after my presentation. So please tell me.
Ma'am, there is a question here. Indirect level of that CO means, I think it's a question in the chat box.
Okay. So indirect level of the CO means that CO you have some questions, means some statement, and for that particular subject, you have to take the feedback. Say this subject have some innovativeness. This subject will give you some industry ready knowledge, the knowledge which is helpful to make you the industry ready. So this kind of few questions you have to make to form your feedback form, through which you will get the indirect attainment value for that particular CO. Is it clear?
Ma'am, there is Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Kaushal, can you unmute yourself and talk to ma'am if you have any other queries?
Yes, whether we need to find all subjects, yes, you have to find for all subjects for all with this for a particular program. And if a 5 CO or for a particular subject you have, so for each of the CO, you have to do the direct attainment and indirect attainment and make it sum. If taking 80% weightage and 20% weightage, then you have to get the value. It's a very laborious process, but you have to do it. Okay. So let's move. Procedure for attainment of POs. So similarly, here also POs have two type of attainment. These two way we can get the attainment value. One is direct attainment, another is indirect attainment. So in direct attainment, all the courses which are mapped to particular PO are considered. Okay, say a program has a 120 number of subjects, that is 120 number of course. Course is synonymous to subject. Okay, so all the courses should, which already it is mapped when you forming the CO statement and when we are forming the syllabus content and the curriculum. So that time we have make it COPO mapping, right? So when we have mapped the COPO mapping, so for each of the subjects for that particular course, that is for 120 subjects, this 120 tables we have, right? So say X subject and Y subject and Z subject. The X, for X, CO is related with PO1. Okay, Y subject, say PO1 is again related, say value is 2. And X is related to PO1 is related to say 2.5. Similarly, Z is also, say for the Z subject, CO attainment, CO and PO is related, PO1 is related with say 2.6. So now you take all this average for X plus for Y plus for Z. You take this average and you have this average POs for all the courses for a particular PO, PO1. So your total course is mapped with PO1, that is in average value. Okay. Then the direct, that is a PO target. And the attainment, same way you have to do when CO attainment you have got for X subject, attainment you have got for Y subject, attainment got for Z subject, for that PO, particular PO1. So you take the average of the subject and you will get the attained value of the POs. So then the direct attainment value is calculated by the formula. So here it is formula. Direct PO attainment, the thing I told you, the sum of the average attainment level of the course outcomes mapped to a PO, that is PO1, same thing will be continued PO2, PO3, PO4 up to PO12, divided by number of courses. If you have 120 number of courses, so you take the value, attainment value of that particular PO, XYZ, say XYZ. So that value plus that value plus that value, divide by 3. Okay. Next is indirect attainment, feedback of students, faculty, alumni, of parents. Final PO attainment equal to 80% of direct attainment and 20% of indirect attainment. Similar process if you have done this means in your BOG or POS, it is said by you. In many places they have done 70% or 30%, but it is means subject to approval. Level of PO attainment range and target levels of for attainment of POs are said of the performance of the previous year. So like the CO attainment, you have to check the previous year attainment. Also, you have to check the POs attainment, the previous, and then you have to set the POs attainment target value for the present year. Okay. Next is the assessment process of PO and PSO assessment, indirect assessment. So graduate exit survey, it is nothing but the feedback. When our graduating batch, that is 4-year graduating batch, is left out, so you have to take a exit survey through which you can calculate the PO and PSOs, that is program specific outcome and program outcome. And also the employer, where your students are going as an employee or as a students in the higher education institute. Okay. So next is assessment process of program educational objectives. Okay. Organizer, can you tell me up to which the time is, how much time I have?
Ma'am, you take 4 p.m.
Okay. Okay. So and, assessment
maximum 3:30 to 4 p.m. you can really
yes, within 3:30 I can cover. No problem.
Okay.
So assessment process for program educational objective. So firstly, I will not tell here, but it would be very much essential to know the reason to set the program educational objective for your department or for a particular program. Why it is needed? Okay, and why it is also needed for set your PSO, program specific objective. So program specific objective is nothing but the present case. Means this in program you will study you will deliver this kind of new cutting edge technologies to the students, kind of that the PSO statement should have. But program educational objective, it would be focused on after 5 years. What would be your objective? Means how you can, you want to see your department after 5 years. So taking into that mind, you have to form the program educational objective. Okay. So what is the process of the attainment? So obviously there would be some rubrics. So you have to follow the rubrics to use to assess the program educational objective from PO or PSO. Okay, so here direct assessment, that is direct evaluation of program outcomes of the concerned PO. So here you have to again target set the mapping PEO versus PO. Okay, you have say statement of 4 PEOs. You have 4 program educational objectives. This should be mapped with PO. Okay, so this when you calculate this PEO, so you have to take the evaluation, direct evaluation from the program outcome. Next, the placement, higher studies, and the indirect assessment is graduate exit survey and the alumni survey. Because program educational objective, you have to get the alumni survey, because for your alumni you have set it before. Okay, so this way it is an 100 weightage. So here, attainment of program educational objective, when your program educational objective will reach equal to 75% or above 75%, so it will be very good. And this way, you have to keep your attainment of program educational objective would be within 60, above 50, less than 60 value, that would be satisfactory. Okay, and this way the level of attainment and the grading, you can need to get the approval. Okay, so here before going to case study, here I make it summary that finally the average of all PEOs is collected to compare the attainment of PEO between different batches. So like the graduating batch, say you are taking 2018 to the 2022 batch, you are calculating your PEOs, including direct and indirect assessment in the year of 2023, because after 1 year you need to calculate. So then when you make it calculate, you need to compare with the previous batch of the students. And if the overall attainment of the program educational objective is below 50%, that is not satisfactory. So necessary steps are taken by governing body to redefine PEOs. That means your PEO statement is not suited with your students' level of students. So again, you have to redefine your PEOs considering the PEO, the comparative result of the PEOs for the last 3 consecutive batches, and again it subject to approval from the academic bodies and from the expert and from all the stakeholders like the management, the students, the professional bodies, and your BOG members. And this way, again, if it is needed, you need to say the PSO and COs. You cannot define the PO. Here it is slightly written wrong. PSO and COs you can redefine to justify your PO's value, but you cannot redefine the PO, program outcome, because the program outcome is set by the Washington Accord. So before going my case study and detailed discussion, detailed calculations of the CO-PO attainment value, CO attainment and PO attainment, let's check the chat box. There is a question. Is there any question? Is there any question? So if any participant have any
Excuse
questions.
me, ma'am. How to
Yes,
frame the CO statement?
Participants
based
can
on
write their questions in the chat box.
Yes.
They can ask
Somebody
ma'am as well.
Yes, somebody is asking a question.
Excuse
Please.
me, ma'am. How to frame the CO statement based on the Bloom's keyword?
Say I have given an example, right? If you take level 1 of the Bloom taxonomy, that is understand. So first you take the verb, action verb of the level 1 Bloom's taxonomy. And if you see your nature of the content of the syllabus, so firstly, we take the very understand level of the COs. Okay, right? You can say that for a basic electrical engineering, I want to say that understand the phasor diagram, understand the phasor diagram for different AC circuit. Understood what I want to say? Say is that this is a chapter of a basic electrical engineering. There is AC fundamentals. A chapter has AC fundamentals. There is some electrical your circuits, AC circuits, and here you have to understand the circuit and you have to draw. Students actually understand and draw the phasor diagram. So you can write the first CO, understand the phasor diagram for different kind of alternating current circuits, electrical circuits. So when you make the questions for the internal assessment or your university examination, you can write the question based on your COs, right? That explain the behavior of AC circuit using the phasor diagram. So your CO will be matched with your question paper, and also the action verb it will come. Understood?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Is the PO attainment to be calculated 1 year later than the batch period? For example, for batch, yes, ma'am, because you will not able to take the indirect assessment value, because when your students passing out in 2022 and at least 1 year they need to serve in the industry, or they have to study in the higher education institute. So after that only it would be achievable to get the survey. Otherwise, how we can do it? Any other questions? Okay. So if you have any other questions, again, you can ask me. I am going to my case study. Okay. Okay. So here I'm taking an example. Say a basic electronic course. Say I'm giving a course code like this. In our cases, it is EC 101 or EC 201 like that. So it is a synonymous of like this. So here, first I am showing the direct assessment, how it is to be done through the theory subject. Okay. So if you can remember my PPT, that flow chart, there are 3 ways we can get the continuous assessment for a particular subject. One is theoretical, another is laboratory, and there is project or sessional. Okay. So for this slide, in this slide, I'm showing only the internal assessment for the calculation of the CO. say this is an enrollment, that is a student roll number. You don't need this one seat number, or you can use as a registration number or the roll number, the student name, XYZ, ABC, like that. And here, this row is CO number, as you have chosen the 5 COs for this particular course. So CO1, CO2, CO3, and CO4 and 5. And you have set the target of CO1 and CO2, 3. That is the high level you have chosen. Generally, 1 is low target, 2 is moderate, and 3 is high level of target. So you have to make it target is 3. And it is suggested that if you can choose the level 3, so it would be means your vision will be that is encouraged by the MBA team or the auditor. Okay, so next is the maximum weight of the questions based on CO1 that you have asked in the question paper for assessment 1. Okay, say in assessment, first internal assessment, you have a question based on CO1 and CO2, and CO3, CO4, and CO5. You have done the question paper in the second assessment, or in your university examination, or in assignment, or in your class performance, or in your your PPTs that students will give you. Okay, so for this slide, I'm taking the CO1 and CO2 for a first assessment, and the maximum weightage for the question is 12. It will for CO1 and 8 marks of question for CO2. Now, this total marks is 20. So this much of student, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So here, total 8 students, and their obtain marks, okay, for that particular question that you have asked against CO1 and CO2. So here you can see that first student have achieved 20, second 20, third 19, this way. And here one is absent. Here one is absent, and one is got 8. Okay. So here you make it the attainment calculation. That is here 7 students have attempted the tested, and students got greater than 60. Number 6 students. Okay. And students got below 60. It is 1. It is 8. Okay. So as you have said that 60%, if you set the target level, 80% students have got more than 60 or equal to 60, then the level is 3. So you put level is 3. Again, I am repeating, you have stated that 80% of our student, if will get 60 or greater than 60, that attainment level will be 3. So here 85% of students will get more than 60%, because among 7 there is 6 students have got the 85.7%. So this level is 3. So the target level which we have make it target for CO1 and CO2, it is reached, or we have attained level 3 and level 3 here for this 2 course outcome. Like this way, sorry. I'm showing here one end semester examination. Okay. So in end semester examination, this is same course for the same course, basic electronics, but that is for same subject. We have that this number of students, like the 7 students. Among 7 students, there 1 student is absent. Okay, and among 7, only the 5 students have got that number of students got equal to less than 40%. And percentage of students got 40% greater than equal to is 71.4. So here also we have chosen that if 40% student have got equal to 40 or greater than 40% of marks, so the target level will be 2. Okay, so here the attainment level, that is here target was 3, but your level you have attained through the end semester examination for that particular CO is L2, that is level 2. CO2 is level 2, CO3 level 2, CO4 level 2, CO5 level 2. So in direct attainment, you have to take the average of the internal assessments, that is assessment 1 and assessment 2, and in semester examination for a particular CO. Say this CO1 in the end semester examination, you have got the level 2, but in internal examination, you have got the target level 3. Okay, so you need to take the average. Okay, so here, this slide is very, very important. Okay, say I have taken a CO1 calculation. For a CO1, I am showing the calculation. So how you have to take that direct attainment, this average value, average of internal assessment. So average of internal assessment means if you have 2 internal assessment and if you have attained is one is 3 and another is 2 in assessment 1 and in assessment 2 against the first CO, that is against CO1, you need to take the average. Okay, that average of value is 30% of that average value you have to take, and 70% of the average of ESE, end semester means end semester examination, you have to take the 70%, and you have to make it sum to get the direct attainment value. So here you can see you can match the value, right? See, first course, okay? So basic electronics, we need to check only CO1. So for CO1, this was the code 22225-1. It means CO1, CO2, CO3, CO4, and CO5. That we have chosen 5 COs for this basic electronics course. Now, for this CO1, I am showing only for the calculation for the CO1. Similar way, you have to do CO2, CO3, CO4, CO5, like this. So for CO1, for this particular CO, you have got number 3 in UT1, right? In major project 3, in assignment 3. So you take this average and you have 2.25. For this particular CO, their students will has got this 3 in end semester examination in project and or practical, not project, in practical and theory. So again, you take this to average, this is 2.5. So now how you get total direct attainment? That is 30% weightage of this average value of the COs of internal assessment plus 70% weightage of average value of end semester examination, that is 2.5. And you add this 2, taking the weightage, that is it will come 2.45. And you have set your target is 3. So what is the gap? That is gap is 0.55. So this is your attainment gap for the 1 CO. Okay, so this way you have to do for the. Okay, so now I am giving up. If anyone has any doubt regarding the CO calculation, so kindly tell me. Again, I can repeat. I
Please
hope,
write your questions or queries in the chat box or ask ma'am, or just unmute yourself and ask our speaker ma'am if you have any queries.
मैडम
yes, yes, tell me.
हाँ बोलते जे
হ্যাঁ, বলুন 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 প্লিজ বলুন হ্যালো
আমার 10 মিনিটের দেবে
হ্যালো হ্যালো if there is no questions, I will proceed. So this way, your gap, you can identify the gap for all the COs. So this is for one particular subject, okay? And say you have to make this representation to the to your visiting team, that the graphical representation of level achieved with respect to set target. Okay, which COs have how much target achieved and what is how much gap has been identified. So this is the pictorial presentation. So now PO attainment, CO attainment, I hope it is clear. PO attainment, it is slightly difficult. It's not so much. So I will take time. If you do not understand, you can stop me. Again, I will deliver, no problem. So first, you can see that overall attainment, CO1, CO2, CO3, CO4, and CO5. So you have calculated this, okay, in the first step. You have calculated through overall, through indirect and direct assessment, and your indirect assessment, also from internal assessment and from your university examination, second semester examination. So taking this weightage value and average value, you have got this value, right? Now this CO and this PO mapping, okay, CO and PO mapping, you can see CO1 PO1 3, CO1 PO2 2, CO1 PO3, there is no mapping like this way. This mapping you have done during your syllabus formation, right? So it is, you know it. Okay, now you make it for this total, okay? So this 3 plus 2 plus 2, that is 5 and 3, 8, right? So here, it is your total against one PO, against PO1, the total value is coming, CO mapping is coming 8. That means that these COs are mapped with PO1 and the value is coming 8. And this way you are adding this and you get this average value, means this total average value. And if you take the average, it will be 2, because 4 COs are touched. So 8 by 4 is 2. Okay. Now, this how you will do it. This PO attainment, how you will do it. So here, just one second.
Madam, you are muted.
Thank you. Okay, very sorry. Okay, so here you can see this COPO mapping that I have shown, that is 8 and taking the average is 2. And this CO value we have achieved. Okay, so how we'll get this PO1, PO2, and PO3, this number, these values? Generally, what we have done, that this weightage, this 2 that we have said previously, this value will multiply with this attainment. Okay, this CO1, which we have attained, this value will be multiplied with this CO1. Like this way, plus this CO2 will be attained with this weightage of PO2, that is this mapping value. So multiply this, you can see the formula. So make it sum, and you have got this 18.5. You got this 18.5. Right? So here, if the total CO with the P1 value was 8. So if you take it average, 18.5 by 8, so it will come 2.31. So our target was 2, and now we are attaining 2.31. So now we are attaining more. Okay, so it is also not means entertained by the NBA, because if you attained it more, that means your target level was wrong, right? So if it will have say 2 or 2.1 something, so you can say your target is achieved. That is your PO has attained. Understood? Please tell me.
Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So this way you can do the calculation. Firstly, you have to make the CO attainment calculation. Then from CO attainment value, by taking the previously mapped with COPO, you need to find the attained value of the PO attainment, and then find the gap. So again, I'm back to my previous slide. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now
PPT is not open, ma'am.
PPT is not open.
The screen is visible.
Okay. Now it is.
Yes, ma'am. Now it is.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible now.
Okay, so for 5 courses, say like the way I am telling that for a particular program, say there are 5 courses or say 120 number of courses. So for 5 courses, I am assuming the 5 courses, the direct attainment of PO1 is 2.8. So for 5 each of the courses, it will come as 2 point this way, right? So here you can say that CO for this subject for this subject, the subject 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5 different subjects, CO with PO1 average value you have got 2.8. For the second subject, the CO value will come with PO attainment, that the last slide is coming 2.7. Now, for this, all the courses, we have got these values, and finally in the articulation matrix, we make it sum, take it sum and average of the number of subjects, divide by number of subjects, and it will give you the ultimate direct attainment of the PO1 for the course. So as per guideline, overall PO calculation, it will come as 80% weightage for direct attainment and 20% weightage for indirect attainment. It is already said in SAR, so you need not to get any approval for this PO calculation. So for PO calculation, 80% you have to take from the direct assessment, and from the feedback and the graduate survey. So like that, exit survey will take 20% weightage. So overall attainment is now for this particular PO1, you can see this calculation. Sorry. That direct attainment for PO1 after adding and taking average of 5 subjects, direct attainment value for a particular PO1 is 2.5. And when you taking this 2.5 of 80% and indirect attainment 2.25, it's 20% value, so it will come as 2.45. So attainment level of PO1 is achieved. Then compute the other POs and PSOs, means only here I'm discussing the PO1, because target level you have shown is 3 and overall attainment you have achieved 2.45. But here some gap is there. So, but you can take another actions for the that is modifications of the feedback form and the feedback procedure. You can modification in the indirect assessment. When you want to modify your direct attainment, direct assessment, so already you have implemented in the CO statement and the assessment and the target level, automatically that change will be reflected here also, and it will be near to 3. Okay. So like this way, every POs you have to calculate it. Like this, you can see here that for PO7, that overall attainment you have got 2 and say target is, so it is actually achieved. Okay. So this way you can do the PO attainment. So with this, I want to conclude that firstly, you have to build your CO statement and the CO-PO mapping, and for 5 COs for a particular subject, make a models Excel copy for the CO calculations and PO calculation, and recheck it is working properly or not, and then the other people can follow the same thing. Okay, so please, if you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Participants are requested to pose their questions if they have any. They can ask, ma'am. They can unmute themselves and ask, ma'am, or just write it in the chat box.
Excuse me, ma'am. In CO statement, understand, the word keyword understand is a measurable one.
Yes, understand is not measurable. You are telling right, but
yes,
you can use understand in the CO, but it is better if you not use in the question paper. but you can use the synonymous action verb of understand.
So we should avoid the word understand keyword in the CO statement or
Yes.
in the question paper.
You can use this understand in the CO, but the question paper you cannot use the understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Or
Yes.
you can use explain like this.
Okay, but in CO statements, is it possible to use that
Yes,
understand
basically
keyword?
CO statement is a thumb rule is that it should be follow the Bloom's taxonomy action word, and CO you are measuring through the question paper assessment. Okay, so CO statement is direct, not measuring, so it is not quantitable. So you can use this understand in the CO statement
only.
question paper.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question?
One question in chat box. When direct
Yes,
attainment
yes,
is
I'm
0.9. Yes.
I'm taking. When direct attainment is 0.9 and indirect attainment is 2.25, how to achieve the target through direct attainment, ma'am? Actually, it will be not possible, because direct attainment will come as because weightage is more. Okay, right. So if your weightage you are giving, say, for CO attainment, and for CO attainment, if you take as an internal assessment 30% and 70% of your university in semester examination, so obviously direct attainment, it will not come like 0.9, right? Madam, you can unmute yourself and ask me. Ma'am, are you getting my answer? Okay.
Yeah.
So, participants, do you understand my topic or whatever I want to deliver here? So, I do not know how much I can deliver it, but if you have any doubt regarding the way for attainment calculations, if you have any doubt, you can ask me. You can get my email ID through your organizer. So I can help you. No problem.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
Kaushalya ma'am also wrote thank you, ma'am. Okay. Anubrata sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so we can proceed with our next schedule then. Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for such. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, may I leave?
No, just a minute.
Wait,
Just
because
a minute.
we have. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a wonderful lecture. So I request now Dr. Anubrata sir to present you with the memento digitally. Obviously, please accept it from our end.
Madam, I am kindly request you to stop your screen sharing.
Yes, ma'am. Will you?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
Ma'am, someone is asking for your mail ID.
Yes, you can give them, or you can write in chat box also. Can I write?
Yes, you can write
it. Yes. I share in chat box, mail ID.
Okay.
Ma'am, please take it digitally at that moment.
Very, very good. Very, it's a nice mementos and certificate. And it's a wonderful participant. More than 90% participant have attended the program. If anyone gets any kind of knowledge from my deliver, so it would be my achievement. So thank you all, thank you the organizing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Ma'am, your session definitely very enrichful in our future academic process, ma'am. So if we face problems, definitely I communicate with you, ma'am.
Yes, definitely, no problem. I'll be always with you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So may I leave? Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, for the participants, the links are given.
Both links are given, feedback
Yes,
and
both
assignment.
links are given. You can leave now. Take that.
Yes, we end the session.
Thank you. Thank you all.